Yes, I suggest Thailand. eh. So many. Eh. There's more people from the UK here, though. No, not that I've seen. At least not in my areas. Probably should be. It's kind of weird. They're like, oh, they're... But you should. And I say that as a Californian. There's a reason I escaped. In Texas? Ah, California's fucking it up already. Yeah, soon it'll be too expensive to live there. You will be sorry. Uh-oh. Haven't heard that one since junior high. Is there any way I finish this in the next 3 minutes?
Hail to the night.
Finally sold. Huh. I think it got bidded on.
Welcome to the mukbang.
Well met. Now what?
Let's see if this one finishes. I was thinking this place needs loot boxes or a premium store. Think of the profits, gold treasures, and shiny
5,
stuff.
4, 3, 2, 1.
I do have a shirt store. It's my friend's art, so all the proceeds really go to him. But he'd certainly appreciate it if he did. I particularly like his Just Smile shirt. Can we res during this period?
These eggs are more precious than you know.
Beware. Beware.
Thank you for the $5, by the way, Bobby. I'm not used to getting donation messages. They're talking about us being the bad guys. Because we're the ones making a father kill his own children. No problem. I used to work for Blizzard. Hit the mother load? What do you mean? Hit the mother load? While working for Blizzard? How? Oh, I see. You're Bobby Kotick. It's a cosplay. Makes sense, makes sense.
Beware.
Revert. Bigwigs thinks there's 4 eggs left. Usually it's off by 1, not 4, which is weird. Start killing shit, everyone. It's happening. It's happening. It's Tinge Valinor. Valinor Tinge. Woo. Hey Kisef. Oh, sorry. Hey Kisef. Baba Kotick only speaks to his 5 wives and is a cult of hive-minded wealth fiends, not someone base like Thank you. Hey, Dave. Cool stream. Is Turtle WoW worth trying? Currently playing Hardcore Classic. Turtle WoW is superior to Hardcore Classic in every single way that you can imagine. It has all of the vanilla stuff that you love. None of the bullshit from later expansions that everyone hates, and it added goblins and high elves, new zones, new cities, built up parts of the world that were lacking, added new quests and new raid content, and I think you will love it more than you will love Classic. But if you're playing hardcore, there is a hardcore challenge within Turtle WoW. You have to pick up a glyph at level 1 and opt into it, at which point you become hardcore from level 1. Yep, goblins are playable, high elves are playable. Not blood elves, high elves. And they've got their own lore and their own new starting areas. Yeah, I think you'll enjoy it. Yeah, that's right. Goblins is a playable race, say no more. I'm sure Bobby Kodak's in. That's his favorite too. Oh.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Corpses everywhere. Derek, 100% worth trying. Having just one large server really preserves the actual classic feel. I see repeat faces all the time. Absolutely. The community is worth it by itself. Also, the goblins feel professional. They don't feel like other private servers, custom races. Yeah, no, they kept the vanilla feel. I tell you, the people who work on Turtle WoW are more hardcore WoW fans than the people who work at Blizzard at this point. You like the classic goblin design? Me too. Me too. It feels like real vanilla WoW, whereas Blizzard's WoW feels like some sort of anime thing. I don't know how to describe it. I'm not ready.
Friends, Nefarious's corruption has taken hold. I cannot control myself. I beg you, mortals, flee. Flee before I lose all sense of control. The black fire rages within my heart. I must release it. Flame, death, destruction. Cower mortals before the wrath of blood. No, I must fight this. Alexstrasza, help me. I must fight.
let's see if I can stay below the threat meter here.
Nefarious's hate has made me stronger than ever before. You should have fled while you could, mortals. The fury of Blackrock courses through my veins.
The end. I'm disappointed in myself, to be honest. Shadowburn, what is that? Bloodfang belt. What? Nice. Dragon Stalker's build. Oh well. Red Dragon Scale Protector and Dragons. Okay. So I know I have a better belt, but I do want to complete that set. And it had Shadow Resist on it, so I was thinking that might be useful later. Hmm. What the?
Couldn't resist, could you?
Blarg. I could surely Google this myself, but I trust another Dave more than any other source. Did TurtleWow tweak itemization at all? Yes, they did. My favorite change is that they added haste. So there are items that have here it is. Increases your attacks and casting speed by 2%, which has been very interesting because normal DPS builds can change based on like how much haste you can get your hands on. Tank just died on the pull. And I'm also enjoying the itemization for like they increased Maxna's Fang, so it wasn't so bad not getting King's Fall all this time. Whereas in original classic, it's kind of not good. My fan. Basically, they took it above where Death Sting is, just a little. Can hunters go burr and shoot bows really fast with a ton of haste? In theory, but no one builds around haste. I don't think people have realized how good haste is and how many items have it on them. Because they're mostly on the new items, and so most people are using old spreadsheets that don't have those stats included in them. And there's new talents as well. So subtlety, for example, has been completely reworked by Turtle WoW to actually be like a group buffing build. And it's really interesting. I wish I had spec'd into it actually. Ah, she put on that Bloodfang belt immediately. That's good. That's good. And I guess I'll go in. So yeah, with the new talents and the new items and like the same classic feel, there's a lot going on that I think people who like to experiment and like it when there's still like a little bit of mystery left in the game, I think that you guys would love Turtle WoW the most. Because it's got it's everything you loved about vanilla plus a lot of fun stuff to experiment with. Yeah, I'm just skinning. Oof. Hey, 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 hey. Oh, yeah. Iconic Mall. Boots of Pure Thought. Let me make sure my instant poisons will be available throughout this fight. 30 minutes in. What do I need? Setting up this Empower thing has been such a life changer. I'm holding grilled squid for a boss fight, because that shit's hard to get. I should do some theory crafting with the haste. See what items I can find with like the most haste. I bet you there's like 1 or 2 that slip through that are like 3% haste. Of course, if you lose too much attack
4,
power and so
3,
forth,
2,
obviously not worth it in those
1.
cases. Waiting for this to pull apart. And here we go. Oh shit. Was not expecting that. Moon first. Ow. Has Turtlewell gotten less busy with anniversary release? I played a few years ago and didn't get max level. I didn't like the Imperfect Klein add-ons compared to Blizzard Classic. Should I try again? They have their own launcher now, and depending upon how it goes for you, it could be so much easier or so much more difficult. Because some people have a bad time with it, and some people it just works. So I would recommend trying the launcher, because then you can do all the add-ons and everything, and you don't have to worry about getting things from GitHub and all that shit. So yeah, if you it's worth trying again now that this newest patch has come out. Turtle has about 4,000 to 5,000 users daily. Yep. I think, let's see, 4,250 right now. It hit around 9,000 when it hit around 9,000 when the patch came out, and unfortunately that like taxed the servers, and so it was a really bad time then, but everything's calmed down now. So I would definitely give it a go. If you haven't in a while, I would definitely see how the launcher goes for you. It could be a very good or a very bad experience. And see what happens. But overall, it's worth it to get back into, because it is more vanilla than Blizzard. They don't get vanilla. They don't understand this experience anymore. That's just the truth. Yeah. Oop. Which lane are you gonna pull down? Should I be disarming the middle? Where's the other rogue? Come here. Celindaria? Oh, yeah. Can you keep these two in the middle front down, and I'll move up. Incoming. All right, we'll focus on left side then. I'll cover the back trap if you cover the forward trap. Before the China server migration, it was 9,000 to 10,000. Oh, God. I'm happy with my guild and anniversary, but a lot of things with the game are pushing me toward boycotting Blizzard again. Good. It's fucking $90 mounts and shit. That shit's ridiculous. I don't even know what to say about that kind of stuff. I mean, I do. I say a lot of things about it. I talk shit. Mad shit about $90 mounts all the time. Not a fan. I don't think that serves the community, especially since those things are non-refundable, non-resaleable, non-transferable things. So it's an instant loss of $90 forever. And if you ever stop playing their game, then it's effectively worthless. Let's get those traps down. What is going on? Yeah, we're working on it. There's only 2 of us. Just think you're in a movie walking away from an explosion. Oh my god. He pointed it at the rogues. Ah. Really? It stopped for me, but then it moved on. Yes. Move up, move up. Yes, it was. Getting roasted. All right. Yeah. This back one. All right. Moving up. Okay.
5, 4, 2, 1.
None of your kind should be here.
He's coming. Alright, going in. Lol. It is. I might reset it. Let's reset it after this for everyone. Don't do it. Disarm time. Huzzay. Epic. Yeah. Turn that off. Oh boy. Let's see how we're doing today. Damn it, young nut. Yeah. What? Oh. What is the typical guild recruiting for? Fury, War, Resto, Shaman, any class that's completely saturated on the server? Warriors are completely saturated on the server. Holy shit. Everyone's a warrior. But no one tanks. So, tank or heal, you will always get into a dungeon almost instant queue. Priest heals probably the most in need, from what I've seen, at least from this guild. The most saturated, I'd say by far, is probably Paladin. But so it's like Warrior and Paladin competing for most saturated on the server, and then after that it's just any sort of tank and any sort of heal is gonna be immediately, you can just run dungeons over and over again. So what are we doing? Oh, it's the techie pack. I hate these guys. Bah. I'll say that warriors are overpowered right now, so that's something to keep in mind too. Though mostly at the end game. And that may change, since they'll probably do some buffs and nerfs for this patch soon. But we'll see. He can't sheep me. That's right, druids cannot be sheeped because they're already polymorphed. Druids have a passive immune to polymorph as part of their oh. I think they're like, ah, we killed you. Now don't come back. Hoping we'll leave. Yeah. So guilds are recruiting, I think, primarily for priest heals, and if they need DPS, it would be probably warrior, since those are the top of the charts no matter what. But also for smart tanks. So tank or heal. And warrior tank is preferred. And priest heal is preferred. So that's my tier list. Where's the other one? I couldn't find it, so may as well just deep. Ooh, that was. Damn. Didn't get my kickoff in time. Rimwire of Demon Gate. Three minutes left. What do you think about the new fresh server of Turtle WoW? What, Telebeam? If you like PvP, then that would be the place to go, but it's a very low population server. Generally, I don't play on it just because I'm so much on Nordinar, and I've already invested so much time here that I don't want to start over again, so... I have a hunter on there I was thinking of leveling, but... It's... you know... Basically, I only play it for the few minutes that Nordinar is down. The other one. There he is. Oh, shit. Yeah, fucking techies. With the techies targeting random people, everyone needs to be moving. Don't hold still. It's probably a wipe, yeah. Yeah, it's a wipe. Do we have protection? Okay. So when the chaos happens, if you're still alive and you see the techies are loose, just run around in circles and you might pull it off. But if you're holding still, you're definitely dead.
You're in trouble now.
Oh, the new server in South America. I don't know anything about it really. It's an interesting thought. Very. Yeah, I don't think the pet can keep aggro. It's an interesting thought, though. I think. Yeah, I think not traditional wisdom is not necessarily the best. One hour consumes.
Now what?
What? Oh, Kisef with 5 gifted memberships. Akahara, Propachova, Cardinals, Danellos, and Selk. Be sure to thank Kisef for the gift. You now have access to the members only videos, including God Among Man, the new game that I'm working on, visual novel game that I hope to get a lot of work done on this weekend. We'll see. We'll see how far I get.
Don't touch what you can't.
And if I get pretty far, I'll probably do another video about it. Hey, I'm a fucking squirrel. Sorry, what is that? Oh, let's leave the world chat. there a horde bank? There we go. Got 2 allied banks. No. There we go. But, hey, oh, damn it. So no. Horde bank? Anyone? There was one up for a second, and then they took it down. All right. Horde bank. I just want to have my Oni cloak just in case. Call me paranoid. Yeah. Thank you. Shit. Where's my cloak? And it's gone. All right. Never mind. Now you guys are. Now you're taunting me with banks. The heck? He's dead. Black ash robe. Nice. Getting a little warm. All right, there we go. I did not have my agility food up, but that's all right. Rip. Oh dear. Oh, thanks again, Kissa. I appreciate that very much. And I hope everyone who got a gift thanks you at some point. What are we doing here? A little bit slow. Oh, I see what happened. Ouch. You know, I did just get a bunch of free action potions. Maybe I should use them. Oof. Ooh. Hmm. Ow, ow, ow. Burn, burn, burn. Band of Dark Dominion. Increase damage by shadow. No. 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 Cannot. Cannot do trash. T-Mog cannot T-Mog on trash. Sorry. I brain dead until just this moment. Yes, it will. Squirrel. Ah, If you switch targets? I've not seen that. Oof. Unlucky. Oh, squirrel. Oh boy, oh boy. Mm-hmm. Elementium. Ooh. Oh god, I'm gonna need 2 coffees today. Let me get my fapping ready. Oh, shit. I got techied. I think I got techied. Okay. Techies on the loose. Keep moving, keep moving. Yowza. It was rough, but we survived. Speed run, under 15 minutes. I do want to... I wish, yeah, that'd be great. And you fight the worm guard? You have to fight the worm guard first, and then you're getting...
Now what?
It would just stomp out the raid. I see. That is worth trying. Got a lot of invisibility potions to make, though. They were saying there's a way to skip most of this trash by clearing that area, getting the boss down, and then you can rush through here and then like invis pot and then run all the way through. I'm kind of curious about trying that at some point. Oh, poison's down. I'm gonna fat my way into this. I'm gonna assume this one's okay. You must. Downloading Turtle Out now. Do most people play doing the hardcore challenge or softcore, and do most people go to the 2x PvP server? Most people do not do the hardcore challenge. Most people just play normal on Nordnar. But there are plenty of people who do take the hardcore challenge, so it's up to you.
Touch what you
Where's the Nixia's cloak? Where's the Nixia's cloak? Where the fuck are you? There you are. Oh. Putting this on. And I want to max out, so I need my agility food. I want my juju mite. Gonna go ahead and drink some of this. All right, there we go. Watching my threat. I'll be fine. They've got 10k, 20k over me. 10k over me. And there. Oh, I don't like the way that's turned. That could kill everyone. Turned towards the raid there for a second. That spooked me. There we go. Please? Aw. So much boo. No. It's done. Why did I... What did I think was Shadow? I guess I thought the first fight was. Do I like Grubby or any other Warcraft 3 pros? Of course! Grubby's on my server. Sometimes I post on his videos. Holy shit, when I saw designer in your name, I didn't know what you designed. You worked on Warcraft 3, dude. Best game ever, thank you. All my questions feel stupid now. Oh, you didn't know? You didn't know? No. That's fine, that's fine. Not everyone... Like, why would that guy be streaming on YouTube? But yeah, Warcraft 3, World of Warcraft, Oddworld, Stranger's Wrath, Wasteland 3, and a variety of other games are things that I've worked on over the many years. Right now I'm working on Engines of Fury, a top-down extraction shooter with ARPG elements. I am the chief of design for that company. And I'm gonna go murder a dragon, so... One moment, please. Oh, the T did not work. Alright, I need to get my slice and dice back up now. T? No. This time we'll eviscerate. Wait, I don't have my Onyxia cloak on right now, do I? I probably do not. Yeah, we get this. Yay. Fuck. Circle of applied force. Ring of Blackrock. No Drake Fang talisman. I'm not even sure. Yeah, I'm not even sure that would have been better. I'll probably check that out on the sheet later. The fact that a WoW dev is playing Turtle WoW really justifies their comment about how all the true diehard fans are on T1 now. I mean, yeah, like, I don't mean just the fans. I'm talking about the people working on TWoW. The actual people who are working on Turtle WoW, I think, are more in tune with what people want from vanilla servers than Blizzard ever will be again. And I say that not because I like hate Blizzard so much as I hate corporations. I think there are great people at Blizzard. I just don't think any of them are working on WoW, and the people who are working on WoW have corporate overlords telling them exactly what they can and cannot do, and therefore they're never going to be in alignment with what players want. They're going to be in alignment with corporate interests so they can keep their jobs. That's just the nature of working for a megacorp. And that megacorp is Activision Blizzard King, a Microsoft company, so. Don't I have a shadow resist chest already? I'm thinking a shadow resist set wouldn't be a bad idea, but yeah. That's what I'm saying. Working on it. I'm working on rogue tank builds. Oh, my neck. Do you think the conspiracy theory that Blizzard turns a blind eye to botting is true because bots equal subs? Potentially. I think it's just that they don't have as many GMs as they used to. And therefore, they just don't have the people, the amount of people they would need to police that in the first place. So I think it's just easier to get away with. Whereas on Turtle WoW, they police that shit like the fucking Gestapo. They do not want real money transactions. They do not want bots. They do not want fake players and all that kind of shit. Because they know how it distracts and detracts from the game for everyone else. I would read through the Turtle WoW rules just to make sure that you know, things that you could get away with Blizzard, you actually can't get away with the Turtle WoW team, because in addition to all the other things they adopted from original vanilla, they adopted the philosophy of like players first. They really embrace the players first mentality in pretty much everything, all the way from GMing to the content that they make. So be careful. If there's something you're like, can I get away with this? Probably not. So, that said, you can make multiple accounts and like play have like you can multi-box. They allow that, but not for hardcore, for example. So you can't multi-box with hardcore. And if they catch you doing it, they'll delete both. So don't do it. All right, I'm gonna wait till the poll before I go for the grilled squid. Okay. Are they pulling? Oh. Eat. Eat. Alright. We've got the hourglass. We'll see what the breaths are. And then we'll wait till we're about to go in for this.
Three, two,
Corrosive acid. They like to wait and see.
one.
Might have
Two,
been early.
one.
No, that's pretty good. Go back in.
Three.
Shit.
Three, two, one.
That cubby's a way better position. I don't know why anyone forces us to go to the other side. Doesn't make any sense to me at all.
Three, two,
Beware.
one.
Oh shit. Oh no, I'm being frozen. He's dead though. Yeah. Ooh. Not for me, but interesting. I do want the T-Mog on that crossbow, though. Is BWL buffed? Yeah, I gotta check off spec first. Call off spec and, well, for T-Mog, but you have to get the off spec roll too. Fair enough. Go ahead, open the book. Get it. Get that cooldown going. Only one at a time, but get that cooldown going. Queue up for it. Okay. So we didn't do the T-Mog. No. What? No, it didn't. Wait, I'm skinning. There's gonna be a stuff. There's a brilliant chromatic scale on Chromagus. That BWL is not buffed. This is a mixed group of people. Some are pretty geared though, but we're also at, we're under 30. We're under, what are we at? 39? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 31, 32, 33. So we're at 34. So we're like one under scaling, and we're carrying a few people, so. I think most of the struggles have been mechanics anyways. Glyph of War seems like a no-brainer, plus 20% XP. Well, to a certain point, the problem with the Glyph of War is that it puts you in permanent PvP, and there are degenerate scumbags who will literally camp you at your own bank for days on end watching for you to log in because they can slash friend you and check when you're online and get notifications about you being online, and then they can just hunt you down every single day, killing you for dishonorable kills or whatever, with no real downside for them. So you have to be mindful of that. Less than 40 on Classic Era, my guild killed Chromag in 1 minute, but the rank 14 epics and world buffs. Yeah, that's a little different. It's because the vanilla plus content, like they haven't even released the Kara 40 raid yet that will have even like a slightly upgraded gear yet. So you have to be mindful that it's not like it's not like current retail WoW where like things are out of control. 2-hour consumes probably coming up. I was just reminding everyone so they could rebuff. Going to rebuff poison. This time I'm going to offhand the deadly. Just don't give anyone a reason to mess with you. Problem solved. Oh, if only that would work. The level of degeneracy of the certain individuals who do want to hunt down people and like just grief. It's not against the rules. If you can turn your PvP flag off, you can turn the glyph of war off if you go all the way back to the place where you got it. But that gives them like an hour of, if like let's say that you get to Aberdeen as an example, they could follow you all the way to Teldrassil, killing you the entire time, giving you longer and longer timers if they so choose. And don't underestimate that degeneracy. That said, go ahead and like get that 20% buff when you initially start up, because I mean, it's not that often that there's enemy rogues camped out in a starting area, so you know, who knows. But yeah, the idea that don't give them a reason to mess with you, yeah, that doesn't work. There are people who do it for the lulz. All right, we're killing things. We're killing things.
Let the games.
Oh, too late. Oh well. I'm gonna go with the might. I am feared. can't target him. Okay, weird. No. We are getting kind of wrecked, actually. Alright. Fight started. Can I hide here? Yes. Uh-oh. Here, coming. Should have put on the Nixis skill clip. Ouch. since there were 2 rogue class calls, I basically died on the second one because it puts you underneath the breath, and if you don't have the Onyxia Scale Cloak on, you're dead. If you want to be super smart about it, I guess what you would do is on the first rogue class call, when you vanish, you would put on your Onyxia Scale Cloak, and then if it happens again, you'll be okay. But, oh, my bad. That's a wipe. Rip. Stupid Nefarian. Will there be a fishing segment of the stream tonight? Maybe. Maybe. I did want to see if winter squid is spawning like someone mentioned yesterday. You need to implement a fishing mechanic in your game eventually. Oh, hell yeah. Every game benefits from fishing. It's like a whole subsystem of an economy. It's always fun. Plus everyone has their own idea of like what mechanics make for a fun fishing game. I've always been a fan of like there's a meter and then the things going back and forth and you have to like pull right at when it's in like the green segment, and then like the more difficult the fish, the smaller the green segment, and the faster this goes. Bing. But it's not for everyone. I also like WoW fishing. It's very, very subtle. But so is fishing in general. Yay. Alright, so we're putting on the Onyxia Scale Cloak because fuck it. The book, if anyone needs the quest book, it's up right now, and I suggest grabbing it whenever it's up, just to speed things up. Okie dokie. I'll start buffing up. Yeah, Soulstone can't save you from the breath, but I already have one, so. Was thinking of doing the WoW fishing, but I'll prototype stuff out and see what works. Yeah, I mean, the thing about the WoW fishing that's interesting is the audio matters a lot and the visual matters a lot. And they have like multiple, more and more subtle animations on the fishing, like when there's a pull. So you have to listen for both the audio cue and watch the bobber, which is interesting. It's all about what you think is best for your game and what fits with the other mechanics of the game. You want to keep your vision and your style together. Yeah. I don't know if I want to rebuff poison. Probably not. I'm gonna wait till I'm over there. We're about to pull for the squid. Ow. The moment I see someone go for Neff. Look at this shield. Look at this shield. What is... I'm not down with this shield. It literally looks like not scary farm green glow paint kind of thing. Like it's weird. It's too uniform. Like if it were one in the middle or something and maybe like a darker shade of green. I don't know. It's weird. It looks like a wallpaper. Well. All right. Let's no, no one's doing it. Waiting. When I see someone approach that throne. Eating. No. I swear they're spawning extra. What is up? Much smoother. Wonder why. Maybe because Young Nut didn't get mind controlled this time. At least not yet. Cannot get behind him. There we go. Why is this one like 4 times as big as the other? Oh, he's standing on the pile of corpses. Alright. Take 2. This time with the Draconic Cloak, the Onyxia Cloak on. So even if I get class called underneath them, I should still be able to DPS from beneath. Unfortunately, there's 3 seconds to fear. Fear 3, 2, 1. Fear 3, 2, 1. Fear 4, 3, 2, 1. Fear in 4, 3, 2. Fear 4, 3, 2, 1. Fear 4, 3, 2, 1. AoE. Few more skellies. Fear is on cooldown. Fear in 4, 3, 2, 1. GG. Easy peasy. So unfortunately, the only thing I really need here is the Drake Fang Talisman. Though, yeah, Shadow Resistance gear, if I really seriously take the Rogue Tank thing seriously, this might help a lot in certain specific situations. Very specific situations, such as the twins fight, potentially. Yeah, and I already have that. Literally wearing it right now. take a sack of gems. Lol. Ooh, Monchuk close. Nice. Well, oh, yeah. If they're the only one who could use it, then yeah. Later. Raymond's. Let us see here. Are we still sending all the skinning stuff to the Bank of Nerds? Bank of Nerds. No, don't do that. You bastard. Glyph of War, 40% more XP? It's 20%, but there's the chance that you get camped by degenerates, depending... I think it's less likely to happen if you're a horde, but maybe not. Just beware that there are actual psychopath degenerates out there who will literally just sit there and camp you day and night. Multiple days in a row. They have no lives. They have no feelings. They don't feel pity or remorse, and they will come for you. So just be mindful. I brought them and I forgot them. You can turn it off, but here's the problem. By the time it becomes an issue and someone's camping you, you have to go all the way back to your starting spawn to turn it off. Because that's wherever you turned it on, that's where you turn it off. And they will camp you all the way there. They'll go, like, if they'll follow you to your bank, they'll kill you everywhere. So just be mindful. Sounds like great workers. I imagine it does to you, Mr. Kotick. Factions are combined, yeah. So Alliance and Horde are basically together, but in PvP situations, obviously not so much. So I thought I had a Shadow Resist chest somewhere. Let me just check. I think I was keeping... Okay, what did I have for Shadow Resist? Wait, is that the same? Oh my god, I did it. Oh, fuck. Okay. It's the same chest. Fuck. Fuck. Well, alright. In the future, I'll have to remind myself that, no, don't get the Shadow Resist chest. You already got it. My bad. That could have been an Nexus Crystal for the guild. But, oh well. Fuck. Would you be able to go in the opposite faction capital? No, you'll be instantly flagged. And once you're flagged, there will be a pack of degenerates hounding you. One issue that that Turtle WoW has is that they have a new dungeon, and it's inside the Alliance. It's inside Stormwind, and the alternate path to get inside Stormwind doesn't exist on Turtle WoW. Like, it just doesn't work. So to get to that dungeon, you have to be pretty sneaky or tricky, and yeah, it can be tough. As a rogue, I was able to make it, but it's not a fun experience trying to get there. Oh. All right, let me think here. What else am I going to do? Pretty excited to get started. Excellent, Logosh. Logosh Hellscream. Alright. I'll see you on Nordinar. Or maybe not. There is an Asia server as well. I would have better ping to the Asia server if I were to play on there. I just don't want to start over again. I'm done starting over. Alright, what was I gonna do? No, we'll need if we're going fishing, we need to clear all this trash out of my inventory. Let's see what I can do. We'll move these here. Which way do we top up? I guess if we're going to have it in our inventory at all, we top up this way. Let's see. We need to do winter spring. And let's just wish some people's like a oops. Nope. All right, we get I don't know what to do. I'm sad that I took that jerkin. I would rather have had a Nexus Crystal for the guild bank. I'm disappointed that freaking Drake Fang Talisman didn't drop. That's my. I think I'm pretty sure I'm HR at this point. And there were at least 3 other reserves on it, so I was like, maybe it'll drop twice? But no.
Goodbye.
No, 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 no. I think I have that. No, no, no. No one SRs axes, though they do main spec it. Spine shitter? What? Oh yeah. Actually, this is the one I have, the Doom's Edge. Uh-huh. Yeah. Mm-hmm. New class balance changes. I'm in. Time to argue. Wait, no, just kidding. Turtle announcements. Here we go. Let us see. Oh. TWoW link. Druid. Yeah. They're overall happy with druids. And some minor things to iron out. And then I fixed some stuff. Mage. All specializations are currently performing well. Arcane Rupture got a minor nerf of 10%. Interesting. Hunter. It looks like Hunter melee getting a slight buff. With the intent of making single target better. Wow, this is a lot of changes actually, all at once. Ooh. Wait, I like the sound of this. The damage output of Rogue hasn't quite met our expectations, with combat and assassination struggling to compete with other damage dealers. For this reason, we'll be adding scaling to class-specific poisons to allow them to shine above other widely available options such as sharpening stones, while increasing the importance of assassination-specific talents. Yes. Okay, surprise attack shouldn't suck anymore. Relentless strikes. Feeling especially relentless with it gradually increasing the lethality of your finishers. Oh. All rogue finishers? What do you mean the only thing that Priest got? Priest got something. Calm down. Oh. It is a... Instant poisons now gains damage equal to 5% of your attack power. Huh? So, holy shit. All rogue finishers' energy cost reduced by 5. Wow. Deadly and corrosive poison now gains damage equal to 2% of your attack power for each tick of damage, equaling 8% for the full duration for each stack of the application. Tricks of the trade buff duration increased from 10 to 12. That's cool. Surprise attack is now an instant attack and now deals 25% of your attack power instead of 120% weapon damage. This is awesome. These are great changes for Rogue. Definitely surprise attack was kind of a... Anything where there's a delay in spamming your buttons is bad. Make sure to add Zenrai and spam whispers. Damn it, Kisef, don't give people ideas. Adrenaline rush cooldown reduced from 5 to 3 minutes. Oh, no. That's crazy. Blade rush cooldown reduction has been reduced from 30-60 to 15-30. Attack speed bonus increased from 5-10 to 10-20%. Oh my god. Alright. Rogue's OP. If I don't top the DPS chart in the next run, I'm gonna be sad. Did they nerf Warrior just a little bit too? Oh, they did. Bloodthirst no longer damages you, therefore can no longer proc and rage. I know they were abusing that. They increased base damage though, so maybe that makes up for it. Oh wait, that's a buff too. Mortal Strike got a buff? What are you doing? Apparently not. Execute cooldown reduced from 5.5 to 4.5. But the rogue changes are crazy. I just went over them for my chat, but I'll go through it again real quick. Basically, our poisons are getting attack power added to them. Yeah. That's insane. But also, Blade Flurry got mega buffed, which is... It will now be up in every fight. And, yeah, it's actually insane. So I'll be watching my Blade Flurry cooldown much closer now. Let's see. Cooldown reduction reduced from 30-60 seconds to 15-30 seconds. Am I reading this correctly? Is that a nerf or a buff? Cooldown reduction has been reduced from 30-60 to 15-30. Is that a buff or a nerf? Yeah, that sounds like a nerf. I think the wording on that is strange. Okay, so Rogue's got Poisons buffed and Blade Rush nerfed, it sounds like. We'll see how that works out. I think the attack power on the Poisons is going to be huge, though. Oh dear. You don't have anything to dump rage into at all? Oh, right. Oh, so you had another dump for it. Yeah. There's nothing to doom about really at this point. It's like everything seems to be pretty in alignment with things, but we'll see how it all works out. I'm not sure how the scaling on the instant poisons is gonna do. Certainly not a bad thing, but now I'm thinking about Nax where I don't even use poisons and I use consecrated sharpening stones instead. In essence, the changes are an overall nerf for that strategy because I have less blade flurry, but the blade flurry will be faster, but I'll have less of them. Yeah, they increased it back to where it was before. So I think it was like 510 now, and it's going back to 1020. But they're reducing how often you'll have it up. So right now it's on a 1 minute cooldown, so it's up for every trash bowl, which is amazing. And looks like we're losing that. Sadly. I was unaware it did. Ah. True.
Greetings, traveler.
We should, though. I think it drops in both. Uh, oh. Don't you kill him at the end anyways? Maybe I'm misremembering. I guess he despawns. I thought that it would still had a chance to drop in the chest or something. I see. What are the three? Synthos. Mallet of the Awakening. Yeah. Jadestone? Oh, I see. Oh, yeah. 106. Okay. What in the heck? And on a one-hander, too. Yeah. That sword is pretty hype. The fact that it has swords +3 on it. I need to walk. Yep. That's why they're making it so you'll be able to spawn most things. So there's one that's already we already did it as a guild once. Can't remember which one, but with that change, I think the World Boss Mafia will probably dissolve. Definitely hoping. And 900? No. Like 180? I think so. It's not 900. Can't be 900. You're thinking of flying. Oh, wow, I don't even remember. That trauma. It was probably so traumatic for me that I blocked it out of memory. That's a lot of money. Hey KT, how you doing? We just finished killing Nefarian. I got loot, but apparently I already had it. But it was just a shadow resist chest, so I don't feel too bad, but I do feel bad that I took it when under a false pretense, I suppose. You checked your bug reports. What bug reports? What are you talking about? Screecher machine? Yes. Just a moment. Reported a bow. They added it being in the wrong hand during the animation 8 months ago, and it's still broken. Oh. Well, they just released a shit ton of changes for balance purposes, so that's probably what they've been focused on. The bow you've been using to kill hundreds of boars. 2 more. Ruins the RP and immersion when you're firing bows with an arrow. Yeah, but it's like one bow and like a sea of shit, so it's like... It's hard for them to... Shit. Hard for them to spend the time on that when they've got all these balance changes they want to get to and things like that. They have to prioritize, you know? And an animator taking their time to go for one low-end bow, probably not high on their priority list. I'm sure it's on there somewhere, though. I thought I was going to get the next 2 very quick, but... 9, 10. Good night. You also reported a recipe missing from a trainer, probably an oversight. Yeah. I've reported the herbalism vendor, or the person who teaches herbalism in the high elf starting zone is bugged. He won't give it to you. So there's certainly lots of little bugs here and there, but overall, I think they're doing a good job. And on the scale of and scope of things, like you have to keep in mind that every bug goes into a priority list, and there's high priority and low priority. Things that don't break the game, low priority. There's all sorts of things that can totally F your experience, and they have to tackle those first. Are you sure you weren't LOSing the trainer with a doodad? Because I've done that. No, it was... They knew it, but it was a known bug. And they've just not gotten to it yet. So, on the scale of priority of bugs, I would say that the starting zone trainer for herbalism not working in the high elf starting zone, probably pretty high priority, I would think. Alright, we're done. We got extras. Should I just stay on this loop until... Since we've got this loop so perfectly lined up, I kind of don't want to leave it. I... What do you think of subtlety being so underwhelming despite the care they poured into buffing it? I don't think it is underwhelming. I think it's quite good. I think the problem is that the metric by which all rogues get judged is just their DPS rather than their contribution to the overall group. I don't think it's underwhelming at all. I just think no one cares to look at what does this actually do for the raid. And if you don't like just look at what Hemo does now in terms of like increasing damage by itself, and it was good before, and people just refuse to recognize it. They're like, oh, the rogue is doing less damage, therefore it sucks. That's just the whole point of subtlety is that it's a support spec. So I just think it's a bad mentality. It's like my DPS went down, therefore it's no good. No. You've been enjoying subtlety on Turtle for leveling quite a lot. I think it's quite fun. Yeah, I'm Horde too. I'll go with him. We'll find you. What are you talking about? Ah, the old alliance tricks. I have a family. Please don't leave my children without a father. That's what they always say. You've enjoyed BM Hunter leveling? They left it. Alright, I feel a little bit bad now. gonna stop here. Oof. The times I quickly deleted people with multi-shot crits, I would say both. All right. Oh. What are you doing here? I don't know. That was a joke. Okay. All right. It's squeaky time. Snowball respawns every 60 minutes or less now. So if you just hang out, no, you can look for his corpse, and when you see his corpse, wait for it to despawn, and then you can look around because he'll be spawning, and they can't kill him fast enough that you won't get it. So just yeah. adopt a dozen cats? What do you mean? You defended the bridge in AV numerous times with MM, while with BM I could have hold long against a single person. What? With traps and stuff? I don't know. The whole PvP thing doesn't really appeal to me. So I haven't even looked into it, but eventually I do want to like go through all the PvP zones and do all the quests and stuff just to have done it. But I'm waiting for King's Fall to do that so that I can ambush and one-shot everything. RIP. Ashes of Creation is being praised by Thor from Private Software. So, like, the game's not done, so I don't feel like playing it yet. I don't think it's a... Yeah, I know, I realized I was muted. So I don't feel... I don't like to judge things until they're basically done. So, even if it's a positive experience right now, Thor has been through game development, so he probably is looking at it through the lens of, like, I see the potential. So I'd rather wait until it's shipped in some state. A non-early access state. I don't like playing early access games. I did my stint in QA. I'm not going to be free QA or pay to be QA for these companies. They can fucking get their own QA and fix their games and make them polished before I play them. So I don't waste my time. No, I don't know Thor. I knew his father. I worked with Joey Ray Hall, who was the head of the cinematics department. But his son worked there after I had already left. And so I never met him.
Good to meet ya. You be careful, man.
The Alliance is not a race. The Alliance is a mixed coalition of various races and factions. Ergo, yes. I'm a troll. I eat you. No, trolls are cannibals. So. But we don't get cannibalized for whatever reason. Oversight, I think. Yeah, fuck those original Blizzard devs. Stupid assholes. Send him a letter? I could write to myself, I guess, yeah. So his father's the person who the South Park episode villain is based on. How was he in real life? When he wasn't like a slob over a desk, he was a really nice guy. So, they just used sort of his general look, his aesthetic, if you will, as the basis for the character, but they took it very, very far in the direction that they were going with that particular character. But again, he was one of the nicer people of Blizzard, so, you know. Troll got such great lore, but nada in game. I know. Yeah, the game doesn't have a lot of troll lore in it, which is sad. The pathway a server went about racial abilities is they allowed everyone to mix and match if you're exalted with a faction. If you're exalted. Makes sense with some racials and maybe not others. Like, I don't know if a gnome getting cannibalized makes a lot of sense. but a troll getting cannibalized does make sense. So I kind of don't like that. I mean, I like it for the RP opportunities, but it seems kind of strange in certain situations.
Pleasure doing business with ya.
Alright, next is Blade Flurry. Or, sorry, what are these? Juju Flurry. Good night. Yeah. Not you guys. There's still in the raid chat. Just casually listening in. Should I just kill these? I'm just gonna kill these. Whoops. Oh, wait, that's correct. Damn it. Forgot what spec I am. 25. Perfect. This, not great, but it's fine. I like the feeling that I can go incorporeal whenever I want, even though it just looks like stealthing. Gnomes cannot be exalted with Undercity, though. Oh, good point. But trolls can be with the Forsaken. Well, okay, then how about a Tauren with Cannibalize? That doesn't make sense to me. Maybe it's fine. Maybe it's better to allow the opportunities than to deny them for the purposes of roleplay, but I feel like there needs to be some restrictions on it, because otherwise it's just like too chaotic and the world sort of loses its flavor. It feels less cohesive, if you know what I mean. I forgot to switch my trinkets. Tiresome. Good night. I think I'm alone. Am I alone? Oh, I am alone. All right. Disconnecting. There. Now it's just us. Well, hello there. Oh, my poisons are about to drop. I found it also strange that only ex-humans can be Forsaken. Would have been cool to have 2 races when you make a Forsaken character, but I understand limitations of the time. Well, that's the thing, like, Forsaken should be everything. Like, you should be able to be human, or Tauren, or Orc, or anything. Forsaken should look like everyone. I think that was originally the idea when they were going to be the 3rd faction. When Sylvanas was going to split as a 3rd faction, and the factions themselves were a little bit more divided. What am I looking for? Poison. There. And unfortunately, it just sort of got lost in the... Well, I don't know if it got lost so much as it was just abandoned because it's Warcraft, so it's orcs versus humans, and that's it. Blah, 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 blah. Which I still hate to this day. It's too blunt. I understand why. And if you think your game is not going to be, like, super popular, like if you're working under the premise that maybe we'll have, like, 10,000 people on a few servers overall, and we'll be lucky if we, like, match EverQuest numbers, I understand that thinking there, I guess. And the simplification makes sense under that circumstance. But I don't think it was right for Warcraft. I think it's too dumbed down. Oh, it's orcs versus humans, therefore there should only be Horde and Alliance. Nah. There should be other factions included. Different, separate factions that have their own interests within the world of Azeroth. Fucking Warcraft 3 had 4 factions. Give me a break. Well, 5, or even 6 in certain cases if you look at all the other, like, sub things, like demons. They would have been their own faction. And in the initial planning stages for WoW, there was a demon faction as well. So it would have been Horde, the Alliance, the Forsaken, the Demons, the Night Elves would have been their own faction. And there could have been more. Like, the Night Elves joining the Alliance doesn't even make sense. Why would the Night Elves join the Alliance? They were just like, oh, Night Elves are pretty. We'll put them with the Alliance. It was just like kind of shoehorned in there. It doesn't make sense. Forsaken would have been a good, would have been in alignment with Illidan and the Naga, potentially. Though that could have been also a separate faction. Like, or just an enemy faction. I think having the underwater race might have been where things fell apart. Annoying. They're gonna come back as Blade Flurry is down. Ah. Alright, what do we need? We've got 10, that's 18. So we need 12. 12 exactly to get our stack of 40 done. We'll stop it at that. So 2 more. Am I right? 3, 6, 9, 10, 11. Yes. Yes, I am. And ogres, yes, exactly. Ogres could have been part of the horde. And or there could have been an Outlands group. But that would have come later, I think. But we have the whole Mugnathal Rexar, and he's like sort of in charge of the ogres, and he gets dropped. It's dropped like a hot rock. Counselors. Oh, they're so ugly. I'm not putting those on. Jeez. We couldn't drop one frickin'. It's the last Frost Saber Echo we need, then we can move over to the Frost Maul. Gonna have to rebuff. I need to purchase new elixirs of the Mongoose as well. The reason I repeatedly say Illidan's faction is that their goals align so well and the Blood Elves are already a part of their flock, so it would have made 1000% sense. Yes. And High Elves could have been in the Alliance, so the Illidan, Naga, Blood Elves potentially could have allied with the Forsaken. But I think Sylvanas would not necessarily stay with them. So, but I think Forsaken should be their own sort of faction. Because they don't, at the end of the day, like the arc of Sylvanas would have been, you know what, we don't actually need anyone because allies only betray. But everyone has to come to me for eternal life, free of the Lich King's reign. And so Sylvanas could have been a very powerful figure, if done correctly. But instead they turned her into this like wishy-washy background character who's like backstabbing everybody. It's like, and then randomly burns down Teldrassil. Not for any other reason than to just burn down Teldrassil. Like, what was the purpose of that? It didn't make any sense to me. There could have been a path to that making sense where it's like she burns down Teldrassil to ensure that the Night Elves can become undead or something like that. But that's not the case. Let's make our own Turtle WoW. I don't want to make a new MMORPG with a Warcraft license. If I'm making a new MMORPG, it's going to be in my own world. Oh, that's tempting to skin that, but I'm not gonna. Because I don't want to have Blizzard hanging over me, or Activision Blizzard King, a Microsoft company, hanging over me if I continue if I were to continue to use their license or IP with the threat of litigation. So if I were to ever try to make something in an MMORPG, if I were ever to try and make my own MMORPG, 100% my own world, my own IP. Fuck Warcraft. Imagine writing good female characters in the Warcraft universe where bikini paintings become fruit. We're not going to talk about that. Because it's not worth talking about. Let's be real. I think this could sell. I don't think so. 18 intellect, though. It's cloth. Oh, no. Let me look at the market real quick. I don't see any up for grabs, so I don't have a point of comparison. You could help me write stuff? Well, the thing is, I've already written it, so it's sort of just sitting there in my collection of, if some billionaire comes along and is like, "Hey, Dave, I heard you had a good idea for an MMORPG. Could you tell me about it?" I'm like, yes. And I've got a world map, and I've got all sorts of storylines, and it's called Dead Gods, which I think there's another game called Dead Gods, so I'm not sure I can use that, but we'll see. I feel like our sense of lore in this universe aligns well enough. Perhaps, but you know what? You should write your own version and have it entirely be yours, because the IP ownership is everything. And the reality of the situation is simply that the odds of me getting an opportunity to make an MMORPG are basically between 0 and 0.05%, somewhere around there. And my odds are probably better than most people just because I worked on World of Warcraft and I have 26 years in game and narrative design. So if someone were to get that opportunity, I'm like probably 500th on a list of maybe 1,000 people in the world who would ever be given that opportunity or trusted with that kind of money. With the top 100 being, oops, no, don't do that. With the top 100 people being people like who have worked on full MMORPGs and were like the design directors or the creative directors, those people, there's probably 100 of them in the world. They all get those opportunities first. Then it's like between 200 to 300 is probably like Nepo babies who have daddy's money and can just like throw money at things. They get to make an MMORPG. They're more likely than me. And then between 400 and 500, there's like 100 people who have very strong narrative backgrounds, very strong design backgrounds, and have a lot of ideas for MMORPGs and have worked on a few big name MMORPGs. We're like, we fill out the rest of the list, and I'm probably in the top of that list somewhere. My guess would be. I would start with your world lore. Do a sort of historical accounting of the beginnings of the universe all the way to the modern era. So you determine how was your universe created, are there gods, who were those gods, what was the importance of this and that, all the way to the creation of the world and why was that world created, what is the significance of the planets, the planetary system, and all that stuff. Are there neighboring galaxies? Are there neighboring planets that have life? And that can be as expansive or as simple as you like. And then you get to the modern world and you go through, was there an evolutionary tract, or did the gods create people, blah, 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 all of that till you get to the modern sort of era. Go through the history, the very important turning points of the world that determine all of the like main storylines and narratives of this world. You need to go through all those. And then you get to modern history and you get to the present day. And then you lay out, here are the factions that are in the present day. Here, and they've all spawned from these historical events and so forth. And you just sort of world build that way. That's the only way I've seen it work, where you don't end up with a clusterfuck later on. Warcraft did not go through that process, and as a result of that, they've had retcons and all sorts of shit going back to the very beginnings of the universe that have caused them problems. And it's, in my opinion, not a very well constructed world. It's just, it has so much endearment for the people who have played for so many years, because this was their introduction to fantasy. I think you've already told me about the game being an actual game that was abandoned, so the devs, game masters were the old gods. Ah, yeah.
You come get the wood.
Anyways, once you've established all of that background, then you can start writing either a book or a novelization or whatever you think is going to tell your story best. In my case, for the MMORPG, it's predominantly
Be good.
design docs and faction descriptions and so forth. And then there's an overarching storyline that the main character would potentially go through. But that's neither here nor there. Because I've done it so many times that it's kind of... It's old hat. Old tricks for me. Ah, the rugged armor kit sold. Great. No one bought the greater frost protection potion? Okay. Okay. Now we head to the north. Is this enough spawns? Let's send that tiger meat to Kinra, actually. I don't think I can sell this, so I'm going to sell it to a vendor. What do I do with this? I'm going to send this one to... Merg? Alright. Keepus gets this. Keepus gets some rugged leather. Wait, I can turn that into a patch now. Thick leather. I'll turn that into a kit. Maybe. Or not. Where'd it go? Oh, was that thick? No, it's rugged. Oh, you need 5? Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Guild Wars 2, I feel like, has a really good lore. It does, yeah. I really enjoyed Guild Wars 2 and exploring the world. They had really good level design, too. They didn't just have, like, go here and fight there, and here's some quest that leads you to there and go fight there. They had all sorts of, like, secret areas that you could explore and, like, jumping puzzles and all sorts of, like, Pirate Cove was my favorite thing that I will always remember from Guild Wars 2, is stumbling upon Pirate Cove and my crazy exploration of the edges of the map. And this is when there was, like, no one around, so I just found it on my own. I didn't even know it existed. I'm like, what the fuck is this? And I'm like, holy shit. And then there was someone else in there running around trying to do these jumping puzzles, and I'm like, I just sort of followed them up to the first step and then made the jump that they missed. And when you miss the jumps, you go all the way back down to the bottom. And sort of continued from there, and it took me like several hours to figure out all of the stuff. But I eventually got through it, and yeah, that was probably the most fun I'd had in an MMORPG in a while. It's the first time like I felt like the RPG part of it was there in that pirate ghost cove. What was I was gonna send this, or was I gonna sell it? I was gonna sell it. Sell the shit. Get out of my inventory. I'll hold on to the rugged leather and the ring buff. And we're gonna accidentally hit the wrong button. Our own Earth could very well be a petri dish just abandoned. Exactly. And I've written entire worlds that are like that. In one of them, there's like an alien race. And they have immortal slaves that they keep with them to mine out planets. And then when they're done with the planet, so they terraform these planets so the slaves can survive there and breed to create more slaves. And the slave children are not immortal. They have very long lifespans, but they're not immortal, and each successive generation has less lifespan. And what they do is they terraform the world, and then they have the immortals mine everything, and then send it in basically rocket ships back to their homeworld. And they just leave them there to do that for as long as there are resources on the planet. And then when the resources on the planet run out, they've timed it so about that time the species should start to die out. And so I had one world set where the gods are the gods of the religions are actually the first immortal slaves of this alien culture. So there was a great line. I wrote the whole thing based around this one line of like, the gods are slaves. And yeah, it was a really fun world to write. Very dark world. All right, if I'm gonna do this, we may as well make it easier on myself. I'm gonna have to go get bananas as well, which is fine. Drink it. Drink it. There we go. Oh no. How did that happen? Thought I was hitting kick, but I think I didn't have the energy for it. Next. Ow. I'm a little bit worried about how much damage I'm taking here, because there's only 59 there. Shouldn't have been that bad. We've got bandages, so we'll just bandage up real quick. I also have fruitcake I could eat. Yes, fruitcake. Finally, a use. I feel like the system where you can infinitely respawn using the spirit healer and raid lockouts kind of kill the sense of actual progress. Nothing you kill remains dead, and you certainly don't. Yes, that's why in Dead Gods, your soul is immortal, but your body is not. And thus, every time you respawn in Dead Gods, you are randomly given a new race and faction. But your immortal soul remains, and you have like a passive soul tree, soul sphere, if you will, where you can increase various attributes and things like that, so that you have that sense of gaining power over time. So your soul has a level, and your character and class has a level. And as you go through the game, you become more powerful overall, and your next start is easier, but it's entirely hardcore. So you're gonna lose all your stuff all the time and have to start over from level 1. So it's basically built around the premise of a very hardcore PvP server, but with elements that stay intact through your immortal soul. So there's the reason that I designed this MMORPG and wrote this narrative for it is to make a narrative context that makes sense for that style of MMORPG. And that's sort of what lacks in Warcraft, is like the whole, when you die, your soul, like there's no death in this game. And they never gave a context for why or how that frickin' works. And so it's sort of like questionable. Like, who are these angel things? Is it the light? What's going on here? This does not make sense. Why is Grom Hellscream dead? Why didn't he just come back and respawn? Why random though? Do I just re-roll until I get something I actually like? If you want to die over and over again without making any progress on your soul, I suppose. I suppose you could just commit suicide over and over again. But there might be disincentives for that. The reason why is to get you to try everything. Because you never know. But there's also that element of you might be fighting for one faction one day and then realize, now I'm fighting for these guys over here. And it's a totally different vibe. And you have to learn about their culture and things like that. If you want to progress. It might not be a game for everyone, but it's certainly the kind of game that I want to see in an MMORPG. Because I'm just tired of the, oh, I only play this, I only play that. It's like, just try something different. Just for a little while. Break up the monotony. And I'm the person who doesn't do hardcore on Turtle. Yeah, because if you die, you lose everything and there's no benefit at all. That's why I designed a world, an MMORPG in a narrative context, for if you die, your immortal soul lives on and you've learned something from the experience. That's the whole point. If there were something like that attached to hardcore, then I might consider it. Huh? What? What? You need a massage? Yeah. Okay. Americans kind of flipped out when Halo 2 came out and you played as the Arbiter, essentially the enemy from the first game. In Europe, it was just a Tuesday. Americans are dumb. I don't know what to tell you. They flip out over anything these days. They think everything's about them. Oh, shit. I probably should have just killed it there. Oh well. Yeah, I don't know what to say. I think a lot of people are just looking to be offended by something. So it's hard to even take it seriously anymore when people get offended. And it's ironic because the same people who are so offended by simple things like inclusion, are the same ones who cry about it when it's like, oh no, this character is ugly to me. And it's like, okay. Is that what a game is? It's about you have to be an attractive character? I don't understand. Am I attractive right now? Who's gonna bone this? Like, what is the whole obsession? Everyone thinks, well, it's peculiar to Americans, I think. Maybe not, but overall seems to be. And people who cater to American viewers to just be offended by things so that they can get more clicks and views with people who agree and also want to be offended. And they're the same ones who will be like, oh, you're offended by this dark humor? Ha ha ha. You're offended by my racism? Well, get over it. It's just a joke. And then it's like, oh my god, you used a pronoun. How dare you? Blah, blah, blah. It's like, just shut up. It's so strange that Cameron's avatar is so popular despite it being completely against the American status quo. Cognitive dissonance. Yes, there's a lot of cognitive dissonance in the West. Western American society is pretty infantile and oversensitive. Yeah. I mean, I am Western, I guess. Maybe I've lost my Western sensibilities, or maybe I never had them to begin with. I've certainly... Jesus. Whoa, what was that? There was some weird lag there. That was scary lag. Very scary lag. I'm just gonna eat this health sword and hope for the best. It's another giant. He's level 59. Let's see what happens. I'm gonna use a lot more cooldowns on this one though. There, now you can't hit me. But, like, it's outrage culture. They're looking for things to be offended by. They want to be upset. That's all that I can sort of figure from the behaviors that I've seen and the sort of news stories that gain traction and the movements. 20. Oh, we're over. Alright, that's fine. We'll just kill 2 more. Or, ideally, 2 more. Everything's slowed down. Oh crap. One or two crits there, and it could have gone real bad. All right, we just need one more. We'll bandage up and run to the next one, and hopefully it'll drop it. I've argued with the guildmate about the Second Amendment. He couldn't really say much when I pointed out it was written in a time when you needed at least 40 seconds to reload a gun, whereas now you can kill 4,000 in that same amount of time. Yeah, and we've experienced that in America multiple times now. We had there was one dude who used those bump stock modified assault rifles to basically machine gun from the top of a building in Las Vegas and just mowed down a crowd of people. And it won't be the last time. Like, that's going to keep happening until we actually pass some sort of laws that doesn't allow these sorts of weapons to get into people's hands. And now you can 3D print guns. I've seen people 3D print full automatic machine pistols, and you can find those things online, and it's very easy, and there's really no rules against them in particular. Certainly, once you open fire, you're breaking the law in the US, but the guy who brought all those weaponry, all those assault rifles, the bump stocks and everything, he took those to his hotel room, and no law was broken until he breached his window to start his attack. That's actually the moment when the law was being broken, is when he broke the window of his hotel room. So up until that point, everything he did was legal. Open carry was legal there. Maybe the hotel might have had an anti-gun policy, but I don't think they did. So bringing all those guns to his room, no problem. It's kind of insane. And by kind of insane, I mean totally insane. It's absolutely insane. Especially in the country, that's supposed to be like far ahead in society, having this many deaths per year, it's insane. Guns are not an issue, culture is, as if guns weren't part of their culture. That's the dumb argument, is that it's a culture issue, it's a mental health issue. Well, okay, then give everyone mental health care. No, that's socialism. Okay, well, fuck you then. You don't really want a solution. You just want everyone to die. And at the end of the day, that is the case. They just want people to die. No functional human being has a reason to take a gun and unalive a bunch of people. Generally speaking, in a functioning society which has police and everything, there shouldn't be any reason. Ever. If 10,000 gun-loving rednecks united against the U.S. Army, it would be a joke, no matter how many guns they have. Oh yeah, with military drone strikes and everything, it would be over in seconds. And then they never seem to have the courage to actually revolt, as we saw with the closest thing we had to a revolution. The only person who died was on the side of the people revolting, and they were shot by a cop, basically. It's either mental illness like Charles Whitman and his brain tumor, or massive societal decay that deprives average people of a dignified life. Yeah. Things are pretty depraved. The idea of a militia falls apart. It is a joke. The police have more military arms at this stage than we could ever imagine. All right, so my thinking was to try to go fishing in Azara, since people said that this is the season where the squid spawn. No, wait, no, shit. I didn't mean to do that. I forgot to turn in the mites. One thing to note, mass shootings were not a thing until SSRIs were mass marketed in the 1980s. Correlation is not causation, though. I don't think that SSRIs are causing that level of mental illness. The Squid Game. Yes. Yes, indeed. What I'll do is I'll run out to the water area. Actually, how's my Hydraxian Warlord's reputation? Hydraxian Waterlords. We're so close, but so far. I have to do, I think after next Molten Core, maybe? I'm just not sure how much faction a Molten Core run gives. Is it over 1,000? I love how I'm not being uncensored here, unlike TikTok, where I can't even say booty bay. Well, TikTok got itself banned, so there's that. Oh, I've seen the school shooting tally. Automatic firearms were available since the 1930s. Indeed. I'll say this: there's a mass shooting in America every day, and sometimes twice a day. And no legislation has been passed to do anything about it at all. Instead, the military-industrial complex basically manufactures new ways to protect students in these situations, and then they use the shooting in their local area to say, hey, we need more cops. We need more cops to protect our schools. And then you see the next school shooting happens, and more students are dead, and the cops didn't go in. Cops didn't stop them. Cops were afraid. So it's like, clearly the solutions that they are presenting are not working at all. And we still have more mass shootings than any other country that I can think of. And I just refer back to that Onion article that they repost every time there is a shooting, which is basically daily. No way to prevent this from happening, says only country where this consistently occurs. Something like that. It's sad. And there doesn't seem to be anyone who cares. People said if Harris won, she would have changed that in office, despite the fact she's in office now. Yeah, people lied because they don't understand how actual politics work and how it's actually two sides of the same oligarch coin. It doesn't matter if Harris won. It doesn't matter that Trump won. It only mattered if a third party could win, and they made sure that was never possible. In fact, the Democrats did more to harm the Green Party than the Republicans did. Even though the people who vote Green don't vote Democrat and never will. So harming the Greens the way that the Democrats do serves only one purpose, and that is to make sure that the Republicans win. At some point, everyone should just go, you know what, Democrats, even if they win, they don't do anything that we want them to. So why are we voting for them in the first place? You would think that question would get asked. You would think it would be important. But instead, it's just more bullshit every time. Here we are. Trump didn't win, Harris didn't win, US society lost. As it always does. Because the oligarchs won. It's a class war. Once you understand America in the context of a class war, you understand that basically George Orwell's 1984 has already come to pass. Because the corporate oligarch class owns all of the media. And all we have right now is a boot stamping on a human face forever. That is what our media is. Greens are more damaged than the libertarians, though? No, they're not. Going through their listed policies is like reading a white woman's Twitter profile? No, it's not. Universal healthcare is not problematic or anything. I don't know what you're talking about, Scott. I think you haven't looked at the Greens' actual policies. I encourage you to actually do so now. People think Dems and Republicans are two factions against one another. It's really one faction against the middle class. Exactly. The middle class and poor in particular. And they want to make sure that all of the middle class becomes poor because poor people are easier to control and throw in prison and use as slave labor. Which is an uncomfortable truth about America that no one really wants to talk about. Which is that we never really ended slavery. We just moved it to the prison industrial complex, and that's where our slave labor force now lies, in prison. You even argued with me about their nuclear policy? You did, and that was your only salient point, was that their anti-nuclear policy was probably detrimental to their overall goal of renewable energies. That was the only good point you made. Everything else you said was absolute nonsense, stupidity, and bullshit. So you can't take the one point I conceded and go, see, you agreed with me on everything. Because I didn't. And I don't. Yeah, Scott. They've got a stiffy for more immigration. Immigration is not bad for workers if you make them citizens and you tax them. Scott doesn't know what Scandinavian country socialism really is. True. Scott is very, very far right-wing. He thinks Trump is good, and therefore 90% of what he says is absolute nonsense. And it's really annoying, because if you are a reasonable person and you concede one or two good points to him, he'll take that as an extrapolation that you conceded everything and all the things you ever thought were stupid. And one day he'll grow up, but not today. Not today. Yes, we bring in foreigners and they pay taxes. Where do the jobs come from? The jobs are granted to them by corporations. An immigrant cannot steal a job. It is impossible to steal a job. You cannot take someone else's job away from them. It is either free market capitalism, and therefore the corporation did the good thing by finding a cheaper source of labor, or you admit that capitalism is disgusting and those jobs should have required pay and therefore a more competitive market, because more people will apply to those jobs who are not foreigners, who are not immigrants. How is Trump right-wing? What are you talking about, Scott? Wait, oh, KT, how is Trump right-wing? Okay, he is right-wing. He's a billionaire. He's part of the oligarch class. And he's pushing ridiculous Republican policies. He says things that sound populist, but he never follows through on anything populist. Right now, he's talking about killing Medicaid. Killing Medicaid, the thing that protects children and allows them to have health care. He's trying to kill that. Like, dude's far right. Even if he was a Democrat before, the Democrats are now far right. Corporations are scumbags who compete for the lowest bidders. American capitalism, vulture capitalism is abominable. Correct. So, the immigrants are only a problem because of that vulture capitalism. If you remove that, then the immigrants serve a different purpose. And that is an influx of new people who are interested in the American dream, who can potentially create new businesses here, who can bring their culture and their cuisine. None of that is bad, in my opinion. Just, the issue is not job theft. The issue is corporate cronyism. He's mostly a reality show circus clown. A patriot would actually care about the people? Right, he doesn't actually care about the people. He doesn't even know what caring about someone looks like, because he himself is pretty much a narcissist psychopath. So all he cares about is getting money, really, and people loving him. And that can be used to get policies we need. If there was a chance at universal healthcare, it might be in Trump's next term. But the issue is, right now, he's talking about killing Medicaid. And if he kills Medicaid, we'll see tens of thousands more deaths. We already have 60,000 Americans. It's getting worse every year, by the way. We have 60,000 Americans who die every year from being un- or underinsured. If he kills Medicaid, that number is going to spike, and it's going to be children. So we'll probably see tens, thousands more deaths of children from lack of insurance. And then what? Will we be able to push him to universal healthcare? Doubtful, because he takes private insurance money. So, I don't know. It's doomed. America's doomed. The show is sold well, unfortunately, but he only remains right-wing on paper, but he's just a savage. No, he's not a savage. He's an oligarch. He's a billionaire. He's the same scum that we've always had in office. Just he says the quiet parts out loud. For example, when he was president and he was talking about sending soldiers to Iraq, he literally said it was to take the oil. And then he justified it as like, yeah, we should take their oil to pay for all the cost of this war. It's like, who started that war? But he just says the quiet part out loud. So what's funny is I have these Republican friends who defend him, and then I'll say things like, the military of the US is just used to steal oil from foreign countries. And they'll be like, no, that's ridiculous. How dare you besmirch our military? And then I'll go, here's Trump saying it. And they're like, oh, well, it's okay because they owe us and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, but who started that war? Well, there were WMDs. And I'm like, that was a lie. That's been proven to be a lie. Well, yeah. And then they have to gish gallop to something else because their arguments have fallen apart. But they'll never concede, so it doesn't matter. They learn nothing from the exchange. Even Jimmy Carter noticed? What? Someone with power but no sense of right or responsibility is a savage to me. I see. I mean, if that's your definition, yeah, he qualifies then. I'm gonna go talk to the Hydraxian Water Lord. I'm curious what my current situation with him is. Is that? No, it's not. Oh, but that is... No, that's Firefin. I don't care about Firefin. Swim time! Ah. Damn it. Where's my... Did I sell my potions? Why did I do that? Why are these guys here? Lorimus Thelopit? What the hell? Zaman? Huh? There's a frickin' demon hunter over there. Let's go say hi. Hello there. And I see who? I see them. Weird. I think I sold my swimming potions. So. Oh well. Well, the people who started the war did get the oil. Israel gets much of its oil from Kurdish Iraq. I see. Maturity is realizing your potential while also being mindful of your responsibilities, like in Spider-Man. Indeed. Very few people will accept responsibility for anything. Americans in particular seem particularly apt at avoiding responsibility for their own actions. which I wish was ironic, but it's just par for the course these days. I saw a Spanish person praise the gridlock in the Spanish parliament. They couldn't get a bill out of legislation, so they couldn't F up the lives of the citizens of Spain. That's the thing, there's this idea that government is too incompetent to do anything of value. And that's the way that they get you to basically give up. When in fact, we should be fighting day and night to make sure that our government is functional and can pass legislation that we need so that we can get things like universal health care. But most people are not willing to fight. Most people are not even willing to vote. I think it's something like 50% of Americans don't vote at this stage. I think it goes up and down depending upon who's running. Dave has yet to accept responsibility for all of his terrible crimes and indiscretions. What, like against the Furbolg? No, I'm fine. The government can be ineffective and corrupt, but it's needed unless you wish to be in the Wild West where you're gunned down randomly. Precisely. We need laws of some form. Huh? What was that? What was that? Oh, it's the... He gave me an awful quintessence. Nice. You can buy water? Okay. Requires exalted. What's this one? That's alchemy. Binds when picked up, so I can't purchase it for someone else either. Good to know! And these are right-click to open. Hey, rune cloth. Excellent. I actually need that. Sometimes there are water things here. Just looking around to see if there's any currently spawned. I don't see any though. Looks like a no. Alright, we'll swim back to shore then. Yeah, it's a douse he gave me. Now I have 2 for MC on Saturday. That's fine. I'll sacrifice. Ooh, wait. That is exactly what I wanted. Oof, oof. Once you learn about all the compromises put in the bills of rights to get states to agree, you understand why the system broke down. Yep, that's what I'm talking about with the prison industrial complex. Ugh. People forget that Abraham Lincoln didn't end slavery. He just pushed it to prisons. The US is way off when it comes to statistics about Western countries and the majority of the problems. Well, let's just say the root is everything they privatize, more or less everything. Yep, everything that gets privatized becomes worse. And right now, in the UK, the NHS system keeps getting defunded and keeps getting made worse. And, like, it's by design because the fucktards in government want to push for privatization of the NHS. And thankfully, the UK people are like, no, fuck you. We're not doing that. And rightfully so, because they've seen America's healthcare system and they've been informed about people who like won't take an ambulance ride because it would cost them too much and shit like that. And they're like, no way in hell is that better. And I encourage everyone who has universal healthcare in some form, and definitely people in the US, like, to do medical tourism. It's cheaper to fly all the way to Thailand and get whatever you need done here, if it's possible. I know it's not possible in many circumstances, but it's better to fly here and stay here in Thailand for a month, and probably cheaper too, than to get any sort of medical operation done in the US. I know my bags are full, Scott, but who's gonna buy me? Someone buy me the 32 slot bag. Oh shit. You've distracted me. Alright, I'm listening now. I heard that. Shit. You gotta be kidding me. What's going on? You'd be surprised by what the Hungarian government thinks is proper universal healthcare? Maybe. You could probably get me that bag sometime. You can't gift people things here, so unfortunately you can't. No one can buy me the bags. I can't believe that at all. I'm struggling to understand what's going on here. You're saying with 400 fishing I'm missing. Maybe you need 500 now. I don't know. Come on. Come on. Ugh. Ah, all right. Fine. Fuck. I don't see any other water thingamajiggers. Let's go back. Robert, mass immigration leads to low trust society, which leads to increase in crime, including mass shootings. It leads to social division, which, no, not true at all. The thing about mass immigration is A, it depends on who is mass immigrating. B, it depends on why they're mass immigrating. And C, it depends on how they are treated when they get here. The thing about the social division, that only happens if you have a bunch of racists sitting around blaming immigrants for things, which, like, what did they do? Generally speaking, they're here for opportunities because of US oppression in other countries. So the main thing is you have to have things available so that no one has to be hurt. But the US politicians, particularly the far-right ones, like to blame immigrants for every problem under the sun. And as a result of that, you get a bunch of people who buy into that theory when it's like, the immigrants aren't stealing your jobs. It's not possible. It's not possible to steal a job. Someone gave you that job. Who gave you the job? They're the ones to blame. They're seeking out the cheaper labor. They're the ones unwilling to pay for a proper salary for an American citizen and would rather have an immigrant working their job. So just learn who to blame and stop blaming immigrants for anything, because they're generally the people with no power at all. When you blame the powerless, you're being manipulated by the powerful. I would think the amount of collaboration could warrant an extra bag. Do you know the top 10 fat countries are fat because the US made them fat? Because we export McDonald's everywhere? It could be. Some things should not be exported. Bah. Doom says bah. Wrong way. Wait. What's going on? Where are you going, camera? Hello? Here, have some sunlight. Alright, I don't see any squid spawns, so I don't think... I am told the Jara is where they would spawn, but... Other than this floating wreckage, which always seems to spawn here. This might be worth camping if you need bolts of runecloth, by the way. The oligarchs and politicians openly promote us versus them culture. Indeed they do. Because they want us fighting each other and not them, because it is actually a class war. And as soon as we realize it's a class war, and I think a lot of people do recognize it's a class war now, because we saw the reaction to the Super Mario Brother not going well for them, and then they had to do all sorts of like triage in the media And suddenly every media station is like, oh, killing CEOs bad. And it's like, that's not the point. It's the specific work of this particular CEO is what's in question here. Scott, you're aware fat people don't get old? What? What are you talking about? We need that policy from that episode of Teen G where everyone under 60 is unalive. No, we need that policy where if you step on a bush, you get executed immediately because the punishment for every crime is execution. Wait, I missed a burrito comment. When you stick your nose up at a burrito from a kindly Mexican, you should be fed to gators. Oh, totally agree. Immigrants bring cultural foods, and that should always be appreciated. I would say that immigrant-run restaurants with, well, maybe past U.S. health standards is one of the greatest achievements in American history. Let's check the other two, but I don't know. Huh. These spawn almost every time, I would say. The over 60s own 70% of all the wealth in the US. Yep. Is Scott a Christian? Good question. You'll have to ask him. But I don't think so. The people who should be having kids cannot because their idiot parents are hoarding money for a second summer home. No, they've purchased a bunch of properties to flip for their the Airbnbs they want to open. All right, we're gonna have to start doing something here. What's it gonna be? Probably you. You're 15 silver. Well, let's see what we get. Nope, it was Stranglekill. Alright. Oh my god. Just fill my inventory with shit. Wait a minute. Those are actually okay. It's you. I'm gonna check once more for squid after I finish this off. And at the same time demanding that the young people work harder. How's housing so bad in the US? Cardboard boxes sold for hundreds of thousands of dollars. Because the corporation... Okay, so... Seniors are some of the most obnoxious, idiotic people I've encountered. Well, let's not do ageism. I've met plenty of nice old people. In the US, I would say that there's a lot of entitlement in general compared to the rest of the world. And seniors being probably among the worst offenders because they feel they're owed something for whatever reason. Given the state of the world. But so here's the reason housing is so bad in the US. In 2008, we had the housing collapse. And when the housing collapse occurred, which was due to banks speculating on mortgages. So they were repackaging terrible double financed mortgages as like AAA quality things, and so there was a bunch of speculation on those repackaged mortgage whatever bullshit securities. And when the housing market started to collapse and people started walking away from their homes because their houses were now worth less than their mortgages, that entire thing started to collapse. Those securities started to collapse, and then the whole housing market went with it. And then there was like just a sea of houses suddenly up for grabs. And so the banks started foreclosing on all those homes, and Barack Obama bailed out the banks rather than bailed out the homeowners. So all those people lost their homes because of Barack Obama, because he was in the pocket of bankers. And ever since then, they've sort of orchestrated this to happen again and again. And there's been like little mini bubble crashes, and people lose their homes, and the banks foreclose on them, and now the banks basically own all the land. And there's nowhere left for property to be developed. There's no homes left for people to buy. All right, there's no squid here as far as I can tell. Let's get back to the flight point and go back to turn in the might. Fury, Juju, Fury, might. Juju might. Juju might. Sounds like a brand of Marmite, actually. Can I get up this way? I always get tricked by these canyons. God damn, my mouth is dry. You can throw it back at them when they hoard wealth like misers. Well, they don't care, is the problem. If you're working retail customer service, you get nothing but entitled seniors. And that's sounds infuriating to me. I don't think I could handle it. I guess that's why I don't work in retail. It was the aftermath of the 2008 economic collapse. Yes, it was. They basically... It was part of a cycle that had already been occurring, and then now they've sort of indoctrinated that as, oh, well, you know, it's going to collapse, so let's just be ready to purchase all those homes. And then they do it again, and they still have these risky, ridiculous mortgages, and they're still repackaging them in highly suspect securities and still marketing them as AAA things. It's insane. It's absolutely insane. They even passed legislation that was supposed to prevent that, and like they just got around it somehow, and I'm not even sure how it all works, but I know it doesn't work because our whole system is fucked and basically caters to oligarchs anyways. Luigi looks a lot more glowy when you look too deep into his background. It'll be great when all the boomers are stuck with Somali nurses in their senior homes because their kids are too poor to afford to take care of them. Indeed. Immigration does have one benefit, at least. Yeah, nursing care seems to be where a lot of it comes from, because it's cheaper to become a nurse in those other countries and then get your degree as a nurse there, and then come to the US and then become a nurse here through just taking a few tests. That's what people don't realize about why it's so fucked here. If you want to be a doctor or a nurse in the US, in order to even have that opportunity, you have to basically already be rich, because the schools are so expensive here. And then ironically, if you're an immigrant coming here and you already have a nursing degree from your home country, it's easier to become a nurse than it is for a US citizen to become a nurse. And that's why there are so many immigrant nurses in the US. Mostly Filipino from what I've seen. All right, back to Everlook. Now for something completely different. I've got a bowl of delicious homemade duck liver pate for less than 30% of its price. That's amazing. You know, I tried chicken liver pate and it was actually just as good, I would say. Really depends on the ghee that you blend it with. I just want to be clear that blaming poor people and immigrants for what's being done to us by the rich and the powerful is not a good way. We need solidarity across all of the working class, and even with immigrants who are working class here. Now, immigrants who are part of the oligarchs, those we need to get the fuck out of our country. Them, they need to be banned, like Elon Musk. Get rid of them oligarchs abusing our system to make themselves the richest person on earth. Those are the ones who need to go, and we need to seize all their assets and companies and provide better jobs through those companies. That's what we should be doing right now. We don't need those immigrants here. Hardworking immigrants we want. People who steal the ideas of others and pretend that they're geniuses, they can go. And they can leave all the money they've stolen from us as well. How's that for a hot take? I'm already shadow banned on Twitter, so it's not like anything's going to change there. You've made chicken liver pate last time, so I made this instead. How does it compare? How does the chicken compare to the duck liver? I'm curious, because I've had both, and I think I prefer the chicken, but I don't know. Maybe I have a weak palate. Let's see here. What am I gonna do? I just want to convert these, so we gotta send to Kinra all the strangle kelp and the blackmouth and the stone scale. All right, so our hope that there would be an easier path to squid unfortunately didn't work out. So now what?
Spirits be with you. Good to meet ya. You be careful, man.
Oh, actually, my wife needed me to help her with her back, so I'm gonna go massage my wife. So, I'm gonna take a break. I'll probably be back on later because I want to get some other things done on Zenrai before the next raid. Oranges, click, 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 click. No, it doesn't work. All right. But apparently Luigi was mad at UHC because they botched his spine surgery and left him in constant pain. You know, that's the first time I've heard like a actual personal motive, and I believe it. And I would just have to say that these private health insurance companies effed with the wrong person finally, and finally they had to pay something for it. And I hope that this continues, and that anyone who is dying of cancer because of any of these private insurance companies considers their options carefully and maybe takes it upon themselves to become a Super Mario brother and take down Bowser. All right. Thanks, guys, for joining me, and I'll see you later from this political Warcraft stream.